sit next to me.
I don't think I have enough.
You can deal with.
Yes, that's what it is. I saw, you guys just like that. But I know when somebody finds them, because they leave the wrap, and I'm like, that I can get.
Really kind of the answer to this too.
That's funny.
All I need is like a mirror. I have a new bag and it's successfully for somebody's bag. Yeah, that's weird. Okay.
Oh, Kitty, Zach's out. Are you rolling us through this?
I am starting you off.
Yeah.
We are live and hot right now.
Yeah. Cool. Hi, everybody. Let's go ahead and get the work session rolling for today. With that, our first agenda item is going to be our community grants discussion, and Anna's going to lead us into it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. First and foremost, I wanted to say thank you to staff, Dylan Auckland and Nico Cruz. We're on the staff committee. And then a special thank you to Elizabeth and Martin, who served as subcommittee members for this grant process. So this is the grant cycle going into next year. These will be awarded after the rest of the year. I've got a slide deck, but you all also in front of you have a detailed breakdown of all the grants as well. I'm gonna highlight and hit the high points and then answer any questions you might have afterwards. Okay. So this year, we have 2 grant applications. The common grant application, which are micro grants, and then we also have the impact grants. As just a refresher, or for those of you that are newer, our community micro grants are up to $5,000 per organization. The impact grant has a budget of $100,000, although this year, due to budget, we took that down to $80,000 as a total award. The impact grant is typically larger cash awards, depending on the organization. We could choose theoretically to fund one organization the entire amount of $80,000. Typically, that's not how it works, but that's the maximum amount awarded is as much as the budget is. So that's how that works. This year, for budget for 2025, we have $1.3 million budgeted to nonprofits. So while the micro grant and the impact grants total $180,000, overall, the town as a whole, still through other avenues, is another 1.12, I believe, million in donations to nonprofits. Let me see if I can get this on here. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. All right. So there are 4 questions that we asked to determine awards that the subcommittees asked and used for rating and evaluation. First one was, does this nonprofit provide fundamental services such as food and shelter? The second was, does this nonprofit directly impact the town of Frisco and its residents or businesses? Thirdly, does this nonprofit serve a large portion of the community? And lastly, does this nonprofit have strong leadership that drives healthy fiscal practices? If you recall from last year, we had 11 criteria. Some of them felt repetitive, and it was a lot when you have last year 71 applications. This year we had 65, but that's still a lot for evaluators to go through. These 4 questions seem to really get to the nitty-gritty of what we were after in terms of funding nonprofits. There we go. All right, Diane, do you know how to get those over here by chance?
I think if you go to more,
Okay.
it might tell you.
You can just drag it down, you can.
Maybe I might.
Hide floating meeting controls.
Hide, okay, is it here?
Hide floating meeting control.
This is me not being done. Okay, thank you. Okay, fantastic, okay. All right, the micro grants, so how we decided, as I mentioned, staff met, and again, these are the smaller awards that we give up to $5,000 for. We had 65 applications. Staff evaluated, meaning myself, Dylan, and Nico, evaluated each application and assigned a score to it. Then staff met with the council subcommittee, Elizabeth and Martin, and we went through what staff had recommended and made adjustments based on their input. And finally, we come to you tonight to present those awards or to you to see how you feel about it and if you feel like they are ready to be included in next year's budget. Once again, the micro grants, we had a $100,000 budget total, and the impact grants, $80,000. Sorry guys, technical difficulties.
You just use the arrow keys on the
Yeah,
keyboard.
not working.
Is it not? Is that not cooperating?
Sorry.
Is it being weird?
It's being read?
And then
Okay.
use those in the bottom there.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
Okay. We had, as I mentioned, there we go, 65 applications, maximum budget of 5,000. We ended up fully funding 16 organizations. That is actually up from last year. We only fully funded 14, so that's awfully nice. We partially funded 34 of the 65. That number is also up. Last year, we only partially funded 28. We did not fund 7 of the 65 organizations, and I am happy to go through that. The ones we did not fund, 3 of the 7 were religious organizations. 1 of the 7 did not fill out their application correctly and didn't ask for anything. And 1 of the 7's financials proved that the organization had an exorbitant amount of funds and really didn't appear to need our help. And lastly, there was 1 organization that both committees felt that it wasn't local enough, meaning Frisco, and that the money was to go more for, I don't know how to say, something that wasn't a nonprofit event that would necessarily benefit the town. So, and you can read in your packet, they're all laid out in your notes as well, and the staff memo. We awarded almost all in-kind asks were awarded. This year we worked with Recreation. Thank you to Lindsay and her team, who really helped us award some more unusual requests this year. So thank you for them. I'm sure the organizations will be extremely grateful for that. All right, so as I mentioned in summary for the microgrants, apologize. The total funding request for the microgrants program was $194,800. That's a little bit down from last year. Last year's total ask was about $217,000, so we had a little bit fewer cash asks. Total in-kind service funding request was $43,000. In the end, we ended up funding $89,700 in cash, and in-kind, $43,654. You will see that the in-kind is broken down into the Marina Fund and the General Fund. Last year, we broke out the General Fund in-kind and counted it as cash per recommendation from Finance. This year, it's sort of the same organization, so it didn't make sense. So the in-kind really that we're looking at is the Marina Fund that we will need to pay. So in total, we actually are just over that $100,000 mark. And we at this point, you'll see in your staff memo, do not recommend to Finance or to Council any kind of increase in our budget. Last year, we asked for a smaller increase of about $24,000 just to cover some of those in-kinds. This year, we don't need that. So we're within budget for everything, so. All right, I'll keep moving on, and if you have any questions, let me know. I'm gonna switch now to the Community Impact Grant. As I mentioned earlier, this is a grant program that this year has an $80,000 budget. We had 7 applicants for a total ask of $326,000, so that was a lot. As with the community grants, or the smaller grants, we prioritized the same parameters. It's the local. Is it local? Does it serve basic core values? You'll see here. We prioritized fundings for programs that provided community core services. In the end, we recommended funding 4 of the 7 applicants, with $15,000 going to Starting Hearts, $10,000 to Mountain Dreamers, $10,000 to Elevated Community Health, and $45,000 to Summit County Preschool. Two of the recipients that did not receive impact grant funding did receive funding through the smaller community grant, if that makes sense. Organizations are allowed to apply to both. So if we didn't fund them through this grant, we did fund them in a smaller amount, but through the community grant. There was only one no, and that particular organization we didn't feel, again, really met our criteria. So that is about all I have. I wanted to wrap up by reiterating that we do provide another $1.12 million to our nonprofits in town through additional funding sources. That's through the nicotine tax, Summit Combined Housing Authority, our general fund, sustainability and events, both also provide funding to nonprofits. Whether it be the concert series or in the sustainability fund, NECO provides quite a few grants to projects in town, throughout town. Through direct ask to council, granted that hasn't happened very often lately because we've been trying to redirect everyone to this program, but there could be a one-off ask. And through sponsorships that we provide. So, questions? Lay it on.
I'm curious if you remember in that I didn't see in the past we got all the had all the applications in the packet and all of that, and I'm glad they're not in there, which is great.
They are not, okay.
Thank you guys. In that I was having difficulty navigating things.
Okay.
But with that, I'm just curious, because I've seen a proposal for Starting Hearts.
Yes.
What was their pitch?
So they would like money to provide AEDs throughout town, including trailheads and parks and that is what the request was for, was the.
Like a,
Yeah.
Yes.
So what was their in on this? Because the proposal I saw is they were coming forward with the AEDs to town.
The proposal was written in that they needed the money to purchase the AEDs.
Figured as much, just
Okay.
making sure I understand how it all worked. Okay.
Yes, So that was what the, staff and.
No changes, just asking for how.
Yep, no,
how it-
absolutely, for sure, I totally get it.
We're like, what do you know?
I know.
He is in the business, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess I probably just want to hear from Elizabeth as far as how you felt about awarding everybody and or the process and or is there anything else that, you know, we're missing or?
Well, I will say a few things. One, it's an honor to be on this subcommittee and the staff has done a fantastic job over the last couple of years streamlining and perfecting the process so that when Martin and I show up, you know, we still had a lot of input and we went through line by line each entity that had applied, but the process was so much more it was easier, like Rick was saying in the past, I remember when you get all the applications and stuff. I mean, some of that info we requested for the next grant cycle, because it was like I didn't get some of the background on some of these and nonprofits, so I had to ask a lot of questions, but Dylan, everybody in that room knew a lot, like they could just tell you every single thing that was in the application, like they really did a good job of delivering the information, and so I'm thankful for all of you guys for helping with that. I feel like just with the process, we narrowed down like the 4 main points to how we award money it was much easier when you go through the list and you look at specific things, and using that 4-point criteria is just super helpful, and it feels good because it makes it really simple when you put kind of the nonprofit next to Frisco under the microscope, you can really make good decisions, so. Yeah, I mean, I feel good about where we landed on this, but again, this is also here today so that we can all, you know, look at it again, and if anybody has any suggestions or feedback or something that they wanna talk about, that's why we're here.
I'm curious just about like the process of the grant application, like are these organizations applying for specific things with that money? And if so, how did we come to the conclusion of partially funding, and what does that do with what they're applying for?
That's a good question. So the grant application process, we actually switched this year. We use the same format as the Summit Foundation uses for scholarships. And when an applicant goes on, they can apply to all the towns, to one town, so it makes it easy for the applicant. Typically for the smaller grants, it's a cash, and they will tell us what they're gonna use it for. And usually it's to buy a piece of equipment or that kind of thing. We then as a committee are like, well, not quite sure that meets the focus of the town. But boy, we sure wanna support them, so maybe we'll give them more in kind and less in cash, sort of a thing. Absolutely, when we went with Elizabeth and Martin, they sat down and were like, oh, nope, we wanna fund this more, nope, we wanna fund this more. And so they really were instrumental in driving some of those cash awards, which was really nice. And we're able to do so, like I said, with such a large budget. The impact grants, because the monetary amount is so large, comes under a tighter microscope in terms of the organization cannot use the money for operational expenses. You can't say, hey, we need $50,000 because we need to meet payroll. So we're looking for, we need a new roof, we need to paint the building, we need supplies. Elevated Health is opening a pediatric care center, they needed new equipment. Like it is, they are specifically for larger projects and that sort of thing. Does that answer your question? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I appreciate all the work that you guys did. I imagine it's not an easy job working through all of that.
And you don't wanna turn anyone away, so we try and make sure it's as many programs as we can.
I think I remember almost most of the detail or like why we decided to do what we did, so if there's a specific one I'll do my best to remember why we came to that conclusion.
There wasn't anything specific, I was just curious, cause typically like my experience with grants is like you apply for something. And if you don't get all of the money, then it's like conditional, I was just curious what the process.
Typically, we tried, like with youth organizations, we almost always give 1,000 unless they ask for something else. We try and be consistent across the board in that way. Like I said, we awarded all in-kind asks. I'm trying to think of some of the other first-time asks are $1,000 across the board to try again, that consistent piece. So if we haven't heard from an organization before, if they're new, that is, you'll see some consistent awarding in that regards. I'm trying to think of some others. We really did go with, and at least I feel like, and Elizabeth can answer this, that a focus on core community needs and local impact, and a large local impact. This year we had the middle school apply for the first time, which was nice, and that serves an entire student body. We had Special Olympics apply for the first time, and that was a first time ask, so that was great. This was a new one. In years past, we had not awarded preschools outside of Frisco, and the committee decided that there is enough movement in our community where people work in one town and live in another, that to award other preschools, they decided to, at least in some capacity, award those programs because there is enough crossover in our community, so.
Yeah, and we did that with the PTSAs as well,
We did that with the PTSAs as well.
for the same reason.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't pick apart any of this, I mean, they're all good organizations and all, and obviously we'd like to fund them to a higher level if possible,
That is true.
but we can't at this point, you know, is there anything about the preschool, our preschool that came up as far as, you know, I don't know, how else we can help them and whatever, you know, since they've had some specific kind of large asks.
Well, that was in the back of our minds for sure, but that, we felt like that was a conversation for council and not during a grant allocation, you know, meeting, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
We know that that's probably gonna come back at some point where we'd have a conversation about how to move forward in what we could do for them, but just keeping it simple with the budget we had, the applications, you know, we just focused on this particular process, and not one particular entity, you know, in a special way.
Yeah, and last year we gave the preschool 45 as well, I
About,
think.
the same amount.
Yeah.
I mean, again, that's why we're here, so, you know, that could be part of our current conversation, or we could bring it up at another time.
Yeah, I mean, I think unfortunately we're in the budgetary constraints that we are.
Yeah.
And in the last few years, we have provided some other types of services to the preschool.
Tuition assistance and
No,
whatnot.
tuition assistance, yes, but more in-kind type evaluation of their facilities, helping them with some of their financials when they didn't have a financial person
Oh, yeah.
had left. So, you know, that stuff happens in the background a lot.
Right, which is in-kind donation that we
Absolutely.
don't necessarily keep track of or something, yeah.
Sometimes it's paying for things as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
I have a question. Just looking at like the organizations that weren't funded. I'm just curious about Summit County Youth. I'm not familiar with that.
I knew that was gonna come.
I don't know anything about that
Yeah.
organization. I'm just curious.
They fell into the religious organization category. So that is why, again, to be consistent, we stepped away from funding them.
It was hard, cause it
It's
says
hard.
Summit County Youth but
It doesn't.
we just felt like we had to keep it consistent with all of the religious organizations.
No,
Makes sense.
that's where we landed on it. Yeah, youth programs are hard, it's hard.
It's like a church youth group or something?
Something, yes, it is definitely affiliated with some sort of,
Gotcha.
Without naming names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is Celebrate the Beat?
That is an after-school program that does dance and music at the grade schools after school.
Cool.
So, yeah,
I haven't heard of that one, that's
a
why.
lot of, this is at least, I've only been doing this for 2 years, but they were on our, they were granted last year as well. And they do a lot of culturally, diverse things throughout the county, so, and it is an after-school program, so it's,
Yeah, and they do it at all the schools, they put on an event, so I think Frisco just had theirs.
Hmm.
But I've watched the one at Silverthorne Elementary and it is, it's amazing, like they learn, all the grades do all these cool things, dancing and performing. It's really neat,
Cool,
it's inclusive.
thanks. Any more questions?
Looks good.
It's a lot of work.
Thanks for doing all that
Thank you.
work.
Thank these guys, my,
thank you. Okay,
Cool,
we're
thanks,
good.
Ann. We're good.
Thank you,
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for doing it.
All right. Do you want to?
Is Zach up there yet?
This is where I can't freaking see. Is this where I'm at? It's the red. Yeah, there you go. I'm getting new glasses. I have made it come with my optometrist.
Yes.
No, I saw that.
Under the state statute.
we just didn't think it was just yeah, so cross that off.
Yeah,
All right.
no, no.
He would
Yeah.
So set up in Zach's. Cool.
There just wasn't a correct.
It'll all work out. That's left.
50-50.
Yes.
No, you
just had to
had the criteria,
Yeah.
you had to follow along.
Yeah.
That's what it was about, it's not about how you feel, as much. You did good, you did the right thing.
Yeah.
Becomes hard.
Yeah.
Hard discussions. They are. You guys are doing a good job, because they are, it's tough. You don't get everything.
Yeah, and nobody gets everything, really.
I mean, yeah, I'd give everything away if I could.
Right. So would I. April, how are you? There was a couple just kind of in the door.
It's a lot. She's gonna start. She's gonna start driving with us.
It's gonna happen. Next week, yeah. So it must be somebody else's.
So bad.
I'll go in their fridge.
Don't mind me.
You weren't gonna eat this last slice of pizza.
Exactly. My staff brings food all the time to work. Like yesterday, I was just fed out. This slice of pizza that had been sitting in the,
Well,
I was like chucking stuff.
Mexico, right?
We had to pack up a sleeve of bologna.
Sweet
Yeah,
ASAP.
a whole, I just,
Just size is good.
Mhm.
Is this Leslie, Diane, and Addison together, all three of you?
No, it's just the two.
That's what I thought, wasn't sure.
I'll give a short preamble.
Right on, thank you.
So normally we'd just be bringing forward the capital plan as it kind of rolls forward. But as you've gotten with our budget theme this year, we've experienced a time between '24 and projected into '26 that revenues are gonna be flat. And as you remember back to your retreat and then adopting the 10-year capital plan that you worked on, it had a rather ambitious project, both cost-wise and time-wise, starting in 2026, which was gonna require some borrowing. And so that is the impetus of this conversation, is that it's a staff question to you whether that's the direction we still wanna go, based on some of the impacts that could have because of flatter revenues, in some cases perhaps declining revenues. And then how that has an overall effect over the years with the capital plan. There are also a couple of other changes that we wanna brief based on some feedback that we got from CDOT on a couple of our projects that would happen at the same time and in the same area as their project on exit 203. So those types of things we wanna make sure that we get some feedback on from you guys before we bring the capital plan for adoption with the budget in October. So with that, I'll turn it over to Leslie and Addison.
So following that, I mean, I'm sure I sound like a broken record, but it definitely became more vivid with the budget work session that we did last week. But we definitely have flattened sales tax growth and a lot of uncertainty around things that we as a town rely on for revenue related to tourism and consumer spending. We haven't seen any change in that yet. We still have about 1% up year to date in sales tax collections, which is the majority of our revenues. When the 10-year plan was adopted back in April, the largest project you were seeing coming up was the Complete Streets project at the amount of $12 million in that adopted plan. And that equates to $830,000 per year for debt service for the next 20 years. So by including that in the plan that we adopt in October, that would reduce some flexibility for other priorities that you may want to consider. And so at this time, the outlook from staff is that we feel a little bit less confident in the plan than when we originally adopted it back in April. And so we are recommending that just, a discussion and a reevaluation before adopting that in October. So just along the lines of the flexibility there, as I mentioned, the economic conditions are uncertain. That long-term debt over 20 years would reduce our ability to pivot amongst different projects. And we do want to make sure that we're aligning these investments that we're talking about with the community needs. And since we've adopted that 10-year capital plan, you all got the information from Magellan related to that community survey. And I've put up here the top 3 priorities that survey seemed to identify from the community, which include fire mitigation, trails and multi-use path planning, and infrastructure improvements along the lines of roads, lighting, parking, and sidewalks. So just something for you all to consider and take into account, which was data we didn't have at the time of that adoption. And with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Addison.
One thing before I start getting into my section is, another aspect of some pivoting is some lengthy discussions with CDOT and exit 203, and that is gonna be an extremely heavy lift, not only for them, but the community as well. It's gonna impact visitors, residents, what have you, and, doing a project with the magnitude and the impact of Complete Streets, that is also something that needs to be taken into account, as well as some of the projects that were slated to take place over in business district, that they don't want us to be in their work zone, they need to get in, get out as quick as possible, and we certainly don't wanna impede any forward progress on that. So that's where some shifts have occurred in the plan as well. So just a quick little brief overview about capital improvement plans, also known as CIPs. A solid capital improvement plan lists and identifies projects slated for consideration. At the beginning, nothing is taken as scripture. And we also need to program years for those projects beginning and possible methods of financing, which, like we discussed with Complete Streets at the retreat, if we wanna do a heavy lift like that, we need a financing mechanism to ensure that we can complete it in one swift stroke. So with that, you take those estimated costs and you also have to program some potential increases, which, I will get to that as it relates to Complete Streets, because as we have seen, based on our discussions with the engineers, that 12 million probably isn't gonna get the job done. So usually it is pretty boilerplate for a municipality / government entity to program a CIP for anywhere from 5 to 30 years. 30 years is really high, but those are usually gonna be on utilities, something like a massive water district or something like that. That's when you're gonna see those long outlook forecasting. It's a little easier to program those. All right, and the main goals for capital planning and their impacts, it's a service provision to the local government. They provide and assist with economic vitality to the community, and overall, they improve the quality of life for the community. So it's a very important thing that we go through. It's an awesome exercise that we go through and vet every year. The capital retreat was an awesome exercise for not only the council, I will speak for myself as staff, but I'm sure everybody else would echo the same on that. And, a good quote I got from a capital planning workshop that I did with the Government Financing Officers Association, was build the box for what is possible. And I think a big takeaway keying that into the retreat was, all right, well, how can Frisco build the box for what is possible? And with the adopted plan, I think we did that. There's just gonna be some shifts based on what we're seeing. So to give a little background on Complete Streets, there's a little history there. So in 2019, the Frisco Community Plan identified mobility improvements, and the 12 improvements, I'll go through these pretty quick, were a detached sidewalk on the north side of the road, a detached shared use path on the south side, on-street parking, concrete curb and gutter, bulb outs at intersections to define parking and pedestrian crossings, do a road realignment to promote on-street parking and traffic calming, ADA compliance, storm sewer and stormwater management improvements, landscaping, buffers, pedestrian lighting, benches, trash receptacles, those type of amenities, and new roadway and wayfinding signage. So in 2019, those were the 12 identified pieces for needed upgrade on Granite Street. So taking that from 2021 to the present, we had a contract with Tool Design for conceptual drawings. In 2022, the downtown Complete Streets plan was created. In 23, Tool Design completed a 30% design drawing. In 24, the town went into contract with Tetra Tech Civil Engineering to get 100% construction drawings. And there was also a DOLA Main Street Live grant received to fund those design costs. And in 2025, which leads us to today, town staff are working with Tetra Tech to complete the design. We have 90% reviewed, nearly complete, and the remaining 10% has to deal with any potential federal funding requirements that we would need for the future. So the key points or elements of design would be the realignment, like I had mentioned. And with this realignment, it gives the town space to produce those paths on the north and the south side with those landscaping buffers and the parking. A big component of this is the drainage and the stormwater management. Now, I know this isn't, you can't see this real up close, but in their drainage analysis and Tetra Tech's drainage analysis, currently there are 14 existing drainage basins that feed in to our stormwater system. Well, with their plan, the stormwater management would turn into 37 proposed basins. That is a pretty massive increase. So the main goals of that would be containment and redirection. So we have X amount, and I will get to this because we do have a major pinch point in town, and that is the pipe underneath Highway 9. CDOT didn't upsize that during the GAP project. They just relined it so it can function as designed, but that is our major pinch point. So we can only put X amount of water in there. So the 37 proposed drainage basins, that implements some groundwater percolation systems and containment there. So we will still be receiving the same amount of water, but we are trying to trap as much as possible before it gets to that pinch point.
10-mile spillway through, is it?
So it is right by Mount Royal Plaza, and it goes right by the south of the B1 lot and the Frisco Sand District. So that is where all of our drainage from Madison and Main Street and our stormwater system in Granite Alley all makes its way there. So that is a mighty heavy lift for that one area.
Has that ever flooded there?
I mean, we have been seeing more historical events, because for civil, you know, you have 5, 10, 25, 50, and 100-year storm events. So we have been seeing more of the 10 to 25-year events just with our changing climate and stuff like that. We've been seeing our existing systems surcharge, AKA overflow. So that was one of Tetra Tech's main points of design was just stormwater management. And as you can all imagine, that would probably be one of the price drivers as well. So what town staff did is we went through a couple different capital plan scenarios from 2026 to 2030, the 5-year plan. Much of it has been adopted through that 10-year CIP, but the budget process for 2026, as Tom and Leslie mentioned, revenue remaining flat. And this is something that we have seen with neighboring communities as well. And Complete Streets really needs direction for the 5-year plan. So we have 2 proposed scenarios that we can, give a briefing on. Scenario 1 is a full financing of Complete Streets in 26, so that is a all-in approach. And scenario 2, in 2026, we pause, and then in 2027, we have a plan that we can move forward with, but we will continue to, in essence, program a dollar amount in savings And it's a kind of pay-as-you-go approach to the project.
Although it could alternatively be just maybe a smaller debt payment, depending on what your desires are.
Would it be partially separating out some of these projects, like we would do the stormwater management, we would do a sidewalk?
It would be hitting critically identified items,
Right, whichever they called out as the critical
yes.
items.
Do we have some do we have an idea of what some of those items would be, or?
That's why we're suggesting that we take a pause in 2026, because right now we'd be guessing how we would approach that.
Yeah, I guess I read that.
So.
Sorry. I read that, I'm sorry.
We really need to go back and kind of pick this project apart and figure some of that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, it ends up costing more if we piecemeal it together, but we
This
could
is
get
one of
some
those
things done
projects.
as opposed to not.
And this is one of those projects, speaking of a community impact, that you wanna make sure you're doing it right the first time. So going into scenario one, which was the full financing and the all-in on complete streets. So it'd be a 2-year project beginning in 2026. Mirrors what council adopted in February, except instead of the 12 million, it would be financed at 14.5 million for the full project costs. So the town of Frisco would finance that over 2 years, and it creates a new debt of $970,000 for 20 years instead of that 800 and change. So the feasibility on that would just be, again, the assumption of revenues staying at or near those projected levels that we have. And it creates fund balance issues beginning in 2029. So again, this is where we would get into further discussion of horse trading out certain projects that might not hit that criteria of being as important. So that is scenario one. Let me go to my sheets here. Scenario two, again, is that pause in 2026. And in 2027, we start saving, and it's a pay-as-you-go approach. So in that 2026 pause, we reevaluate the design, re-engage the civil engineering firm and our contracted third-party engineer as well, and identify the critical areas that need upgrades for implementation. So in 2027, beginning for the phasing, we would start saving $130,000 per year to $830,000 per year to build a fund balance, essentially a little bit of a savings account that we could start programming this into. And when we can cover certain aspects of the construction, that's when we would hit the go button. And feasibility, again, ensures healthy project ending fund balances for the 5-year plan, and the town can continue to implement other capital projects as outlined in the plan. So some pointed questions to council. Number one, and we can discuss this, but does council approve of the changes identified in the adopted 10-year plan to what has been seen in the 5-year plan? Which those were provided in your packet materials. And I'm happy to answer any questions related to that.
Addison, do you want to, or maybe you were still getting to it, I can't remember, the other changes that we made to the 5-year, the next 5 years?
Yes,
Do you wanna detail those,
yes, I can go through those.
just so that we're being completely transparent?
Absolutely. And let's look at this one, make sure I'm not missing anything here. So, one of the big differences is we identified a higher beginning fund balance than we were projecting. So that is a good change that you will see on that. We are seeing good transfers, so I shouldn't say good, but we are seeing a little bit of discrepancy in some of the transfers for Conservation Trust. our sale of assets.
Our conservation trust fund transfer, so that's money that comes from the lottery funds, and we're seeing actually that is decreasing versus what we had previously adopted in the 10-year plan. We didn't receive as much as budgeted in '25, and so we did reduce that in the plan going out to the future years. It's not a lot of money, it's a relatively small transfer, but it continues the theme of uncertain revenue.
So we have a decrease in our projected amount for sale of assets. There's certain equipment that we've opted to keep and stuff like that, so there's a decrease there. Our investment income has lowered. Let's see, our financing sources, which, you know, if we're gonna go all in, that's where it all depends. The financing is gonna shift depending on how we wanna move forward.
I think I was specifically talking about the project shifts that we made. And the one project that we added.
So the primary project that we added in 2026 would be AV upgrades to council chambers. That would be a very big one. I know Stacy has been fighting some bugs tooth and nail, and our system is living long past its serviceable life. We've also eliminated burying overhead power lines with Excel. That will allow us to build more of a fund balance in our savings account, essentially, that we have with Excel for projects like this.
And I think the idea is we would still do the project, just that we would use the money from that Excel account to pay for it.
And then we have also moved both Exit 203 landscape design and construction and the Highway 9 Walmart Lusher Gap sidewalk design to accommodate CDOT's Exit 203 project. And again, like I mentioned, they want to get in and get out as quick as possible, and we don't want to be the impediment to any of that. So there are some high shifts, so apologies for going down the pathway of detail that we didn't need to go down. But those are the biggest shifts that we have made from the adopted 10-year plan.
Can you tell me about this, the money from Excel? Is this like a new windfall from figuring out a new direction, or?
No, it's something that thankfully Chris McGinnis, when he was here, it was something that he had knowledge of when he worked for the town of Breckenridge. And he, going through some of our going through the franchise agreement that we have with Excel Energy, he really dug into it and then touched base with Blair and was like, hey, what do we have of fund balance in this account? How are we looking? And we're actually looking very good. So if we just keep going and saving for now until we have a solid plan of what we want to do, then I can engage with both Amy Legacy and Blair for identifying some of that and getting it taken care of and having enough of a fund balance, like Leslie said, that can cover darn near every penny of that project.
Yeah.
So when it talks about the Excel and the overhead power line, so basically when it talks about whether this project needs to be in the capital plan or it could be budgeted for normal operations of Public Works, so is Public Works like holding that Excel, or how does that?
No, it stays completely with Excel until you notify them in writing of a project that you've identified, and then you coordinate
Oh, gotcha.
all of that
Okay.
together. Now, from a Public Works side of things, I think there's a grander discussion in the future for the town's infrastructure of lighting. Because we have a bunch of the Excel lights, the tall lights around town. Excel doesn't really like fixing those anymore, and it starts coming out of the entity's pocket as opposed to Excel coming and fixing them. So at some point, there will come a discussion of how do we want to move forward with that. Different project though.
So we're all on that, I'm confused on the Excel, what the scope of project, when it says don't stop burying overhead lines. What is that specific, like, I just go immediately to town overhead lines are buried, counties are not. I'm missing something.
Ours are not all buried, we
Yeah.
have some parts of town where they're not buried, and so this is that we would still plan to bury them, just it wouldn't be the town's expense.
That's a good way to put it.
Okay.
Sorry. But you're right, the counties, some of the county's infrastructure is not buried,
Right.
but that's their issue.
Oh, no, totally. I mean, that's how you know where you are, right?
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's, thank you.
Yeah.
I think between the three of us, we got that.
It was a group
It's a
effort
team.
with Tom.
Yeah.
And you guys.
Okay.
I feel good about the changes in the, within that 5-year plan.
Yeah, the near 5-year and the further 5-year, those changes seem appropriate. I think you guys all know this, I don't wanna take on any debt right now. So pausing and reevaluating next year is, I think, a good start. I don't know that I'll be ready to do anything different next year, but I'm one voice. But with things being where they are, being more conservative is where I land, so yeah, thanks for plan 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that when I sat through the budget with Leslie recently, and not to be dramatic, but I think I used the term like it was a little bit of a nail biter. If, you know, so I like scenario 2 for
Nail
sure.
biter budget.
Yeah, that's what I'm nail biter.
That'll be the headline.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll find a picture for the cover.
Bit of a nail biter.
A very pretty picture.
I mean, I'm not trying to cause like, you know, mass concern, but anyway, concerning scenario 2, it seems to work the best in my mind.
It just seems to be more responsible with where we're at right now. No reason to take on that much debt to complete a project that isn't of the highest urgency.
I agree.
Great.
Cool,
Mitch got your answer.
you guys good?
One of the other ways, and as I've been talking to the council members, we've discussed it this way, is that there is nothing wrong with the way Granite Street functions right now. It does not provide the best pedestrian experience, it does not provide the best biking experience, it's not as safe as it could be from a infrastructure perspective. And as we now know, it's not providing the drainage capture that we probably need in the future. But this choice gives us some time to relook at how we implement that as opposed to taking it out all at once.
Right, I'd say that the only thing I really hear from people on the street is about pedestrian access down Granite Street. And so I think that should remain a priority even with stormwater or whatever. But as we're discussing what projects or parts of it could be done first, we could potentially do some sort of sidewalk before we're doing, you know, everything else there. Which is a lot. And then on Summit Boulevard, yeah, we don't wanna be in CDOT's way, but we also don't want an eyesore for multiple years of just looking like it's unfinished and.
Well, and I think there's also a little bit of tact behind that, and we're hoping that, you know, with the design being earlier and implementation being later, that fingers crossed, we can hopefully go after some much needed grant funding to help supplement our costs to again stretch our capital dollars. So that's the hope there.
Yeah.
I wanted to follow up on the we were at 30, now we're at 9, we were at 100, now we're we're at 90 as far as the design of Granite Street, all of that's reusable design work for future years,
Yes,
just so we
100%.
hear it all.
If they gather dust and then you gotta pull them back out, you would just need an engineering review to update if any code requirements or anything like that have changed or any MUTCD requirements, so.
And of course, we can evaluate if the cost has gone down.
We can evaluate if our budget's not flat.
Yeah.
Also worth noting that we do see towards the end of the 5 years is that we start to pay off some of our debt obligations. So by the time 2031, our debt will have fallen off, and so that does expand if we wanted to, take on another part of the plan. We have a lot more flexibility at that point.
I have a question about the audiovisual upgrades that are needed. I know there's been a lot of talk of this building needing a lot of work, so I'm just curious with, 150,000 sounds like a lot of money to me, so I'm just curious if whatever equipment that is that like still reusable if we do end up doing a big project on this building?
I mean, it seems to me that the lifespan of IT products is getting smaller and smaller as every year passes. So I think it would be optimistic right now to say, yes, by the time we program money into the budget to take care of this building, which technically we do in the 10-year plan, and I wish I could give you a guarantee on that, but I just think once we really get into the nitty-gritty on this building, that the service life of that equipment might be timed out. And we
Yeah, I
might have to
mean,
reevaluate.
I think as far as life, like the equipment that we currently have, was that purchased in 2020?
2020, yeah.
So it's
So
like a
it's-
5-year.
We did it for COVID.
Yep.
So it's a little over 5 years old already.
So it's probably gonna be beyond
I don't know if
that.
this is the right time to ask, but I mean, what does that $150,000 cost versus going to Walmart and buying individual mics that can all, like what is that equipment at $150,000?
I could not tell you right now.
Okay.
I am currently working with Stacy, the town clerk, and we will issue an RFP after the budget is formally adopted. So late in the winter of this year, and hopefully get somebody under contract after the first of the year when the new budget officially kicks in. And we'll have to evaluate what we really get on that.
But it's everything from cameras to microphones to, mostly on that side of the room. But it's all the hardware that runs that and integrates with our software, our software as well. So it allows us to hopefully not have as many hiccups as we've had this last year with streaming our meetings.
The new chairs was just a tease.
I'm definitely glad that we're upgrading that, because it's really important to everybody. And I think as long as it can last, as long as it's supposed to last, that would be nice.
Well, with that, thank you so much for the input, and when we come back for reading of the budget, we will have scenario 2 in there for adoption.
Cool, thanks Addison, thanks Leslie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just noticed the new chairs. No wonder
You mean so comfortable?
my back
Great
seems
lumbar
happier.
support.
This is very
I
nice.
just don't get it. But I'd be curious.
Well,
The expert.
with that, we're hanging till 7.
That's right.
Chair's kind of stuck here.
Ta-da.
What's happening here till 7? Start get to know you then?
Yes, yes.
Very apropos.
Hey, Zach. Thanks for Stacy. Appreciate it.
Addison, are you doing the extraterritorial water or is that water folk? Ryan is. You know where it is on Temple Trail? I looked at this plot, I just can't make out where it is. No worries, man.
I just saw DJ, you can probably. We'll say that the area right by that church, right? By the cabin.
I meet the Stacy. Seventh?
Yeah.
Oh, for the extraterritorial water,
Say that again.
extraterritorial water project. Oh, was that a seat of anything? Sorry.
Oh.
Oh,
No,
great.
I was.
Before you have it disperse.
Right? Because that's gonna happen.
Yes, it is. It is the world we live in.
Better or for worse? So council, since we have a few
For
minutes,
worse.
we're gonna introduce you to our new public works
Is this
director.
Josh?
This is Josh.
Hey, Josh. Welcome.
Great to
Hello,
meet you all.
Josh.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be here. Really excited to be part of the team here.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Why don't you give them a little rundown of your background?
Yeah. So I recently retired from the Army in '23. We've been we've been coming up here for a long time. My first duty station was Fort Carson. So first time I ever had skis on snow was '98 with a $25 MWR pair of skis and a free lift ticket. And did a little bit of time in Germany in Garmisch-Partenkirchen. If anyone's from in the ski area, it's Germany's highest mountain. There's also a small army base there where the Marshall Center is, where they do kind of outreach to other kind of countries. But so we kind of fell in love with the small mountain town aspect of it out there, and then always had our eye up here because that's kind of a similar vibe to what we got in Germany. And then last August we purchased a place up here. We're over on Han.
Good for you.
Needs a lot of work, trying to do some of that myself. And then my wife's still back in Nashville, so she'll kind of come back and forth until we get that place a little more situated so she can work from home remotely. So yeah.
Nice.
I was gonna
Thanks for your
say-
service.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you
I was like,
said-
and add one interesting thing and then I don't have to ask.
Yeah, so yeah, no, we're just super excited to be here. Logistics officer, so you know, I don't have a ton of municipal experience, obviously, but as part of my retirement, I knew the Army has a kind of an externship program, and a lot of that's around like UPS or FedEx, so especially in the logistics realm, those types of things. Knew I didn't want to do that, and so mine was with Metro Nashville Parks. So did like some GIS mapping and some of their parks kind of management stuff with them for a little while, and knew that's kind of where I wanted to go eventually, and just, you know, when we're up here kind of searching through some jobs, and it was like, oh wow, this seems to be a decent fit, and hopefully it will be for all of us. So yeah,
Great, right on. Fully set.
Josh, right?
Welcome
it's
here.
Josh. Yes. And I'm sorry, you don't have a Jen, a family member, do you? Scripps Act?
No, but there are some strip sacks in Breckenridge.
Okay.
We kind of meet
I
up.
went to high school with one,
Oh,
so yeah,
really?
yeah, in Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow. I'm always
Yeah, that's
looking.
odd, huh?
Yeah.
It's different, right.
There we
Right
go.
on. My nephew was at Fort Carson for 6 years.
Oh, great.
Yeah, combat medic.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah.
He's paramedic in Denver now.
Oh, that's
Lives in
great.
Evergreen, yeah. Yeah, cheers.
Yeah,
Well,
great. Yeah.
let us know if you need anything.
Yeah, if you need anything from me, we're
You
good.
know.
Happy to help. Yeah, great. Thanks.
Then,
Art time?
And dinner's ready, so.
Some
random games.
Get some anytime.
all right, are we moving the whole setup?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I like
Dance time.
Move it.
As we're doing all this.
You can leave most of the chairs here.
I listen to that every morning, along with APT. It's terrible, but my daughter got my son hooked on these things. So now I'm driving to Silverthorne, I'm like, I like to, and he likes it loud.
Be like dancing,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
doing the whole thing. Oh my gosh, it's so.
I turn it down, he's like, turn it up. And I'm not. So it's kind of funny, cause I roll in the elementary school with,
Oh,
you know.
so awesome.
We're not as much trouble.
Thanks.
What's your motto?
She's okay.
Hospital.
She's just trying to figure out. I can't do it anymore. COVID, I can hate it.
Hold on, that one might go right there for the, so we just put that one, yeah, and then the round ones, these things that
You're not using your office?
and then you'll spread that up, and then might be tough, but just.
Oh, at home, yeah. Yeah.
This is
Yeah. Yeah. Got it. Go get your food, yeah.
Oh, those will keep, we all, staff will sit back here, so we'll just keep all these up.
Okay,
Yes, I've set this up every time.
This one, are we? Yeah, this one for a while now, actually.
So now.
Surprised.
When I was in, you guys were still.
The wave. Yeah, it's very pretty, but you get an extra table there.
That's why
And
you
then
pass
if
this.
there's more stuff.
I don't mind at all.
I don't know where else to look.
Now you get to claim a spot.
Instead of being like, wow, that looks hard.
So, not anymore. Andy, did you have any food while you were over there?
Not that many, but I had a lot of what they had.
Like, we tried most of what they had, yeah, it was awesome. I think they might have been the only ones who liked the mustard.
Seal was weird. I was like the HOA just handing out cards to somebody. Not that you might not do it for a time, but.
No, This is what I'm working on right now, so I don't wanna lose my focus.
Why don't you use
What I do?
Well, I was,
There you are on mic and recording.
Great, thank you, Stacy. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Frisco Town Council meeting for September 23rd. And with that, let's start with a roll call.
Held.
Here.
Incan.
Here.
Skrepchek Adrian. Here. Ryan.
Here.
Goldstein.
Here.
And Kibbe is absent.
Thank you, Stacy. With that, we'll open it up to public comments. People making public comment must state their name, physical address for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to 3 minutes or less. No council action is taken on public comments at council meetings. Council takes public comments under advisement, and if a council and or staff response is deemed necessary or appropriate, the individual making the comment will receive a formal response from the town at a later date. It is recommended to sign in at the welcome table at each meeting and include contact information. With that, we'll open up chambers to any public comments. Come on up.
Sign in. Good evening, and thank you for your service. Carlin Boston, 114 Beaver Lodge Road. I'm here representing the Board of Directors of Bay Club, HOA. I'm going to read a letter sent to the council on September 4th, so it can be part of the public record. We're writing to formally express concern regarding an issue affecting the general welfare and safety of residents residing in the Frisco Gateway neighborhood and areas north of Divide Road. More than 200 households in this part of town currently lack safe, legal, and publicly accessible route to essential services, businesses, and public transportation. In addition, on July 18th, a sketch plan review of the major site plan application of a proposed 20-unit dwelling development in the Gateway Zone District was presented to the Planning Commission, and other vacant land is currently for sale. So when this is all developed, this issue will just be compounded. Through no fault of their own, these residents have no choice but to trespass across private property in order to reach Divide Road and access destinations like Safeway, Walmart, Base Camp, or Summit Stage. This creates not only ongoing liability risk for private property owners, but also exposes residents to hazardous conditions that disproportionately affect the elderly, youth, and mobility-limited individuals. Several years ago, a local adolescent cyclist collided with a resident's vehicle while traversing the Bay Club property. Although the family ultimately refrained from pursuing legal action after learning the incident was on private property, our HOA was advised by legal counsel to install signage and physical deterrents to mitigate the risk. Despite these efforts, the foot and bike traffic continues since there is no other viable option, and the signage has been repeatedly vandalized. 3 documented incidents have been reported to the police department in the past year. The Town of Frisco's 2017 Masters Trails Plan recognized this long-standing problem and proposed a viable remedy via Path C17, which would be a direct, safe connection between Beaver Lodge Circle and Divide Road. The removal of the proposed path from the 2023 plan represents a step backward in promoting connectivity, public safety, and equitable access to town resources. We respectfully urge the town council to reevaluate this matter and prioritize the implementation of a publicly maintained path for this underserved section of the community. This will serve multiple public interests, promoting the general welfare and safety of residents, mitigating impacts and liability exposure for private property owners, advancing the town's stated goals around connectivity, inclusivity, and environmental sustainability, and upholding the town's responsibility to ensure all residents can legally and safely access services. Finally, we'd like to extend an invitation to any council member who would like to meet us on site at Beaver Lodge Road Circle. We think if you had a first-hand look at the conditions, it will help illustrate the urgency of the matter and assist in developing a practical solution. We trust that the council shares our commitment to making Frisco a safe, accessible, and connected community for all its residents. Thank you for your attention to this and for your commitment and service to the people of Frisco.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment in chambers? Do we have any online, Stacy?
Mr. Mayor.
With no further public comment in chambers or online, we'll close public comment and move on to any staff updates. No. Council comments. It's 50-50. Any council comments, Steve?
I went to the fall free gear repair fair. Clothing swap was an awesome addition, and it was well attended and great as always. Shout out to Nico and everybody else who worked on that.
Awesome, thank you. Anyone else? Cool. Enjoy the cool weather, everybody. Winter's just about here. And with that, yeah, I'm just leaving it at that. I'll close mayor and council comments, and now we'll move on to some staff updates.
No staff comments today.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. If anyone has any concerns about the consent agenda, we can entertain it now or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve tonight's consent agenda. Please call the question.
Gibby is absent. Goldstein,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Skripchak, Adrian,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Inkin,
Yes.
and Alan is absent.
Great. Thank you, Stacy. With that, we'll move on to new business. Item number 1 tonight is an extraterritorial water service agreement consideration for 0721 Temple Trail.
How's it going, Council, Mayor? I'm Ryan Thompson, the Water Superintendent for the Town of Frisco Water Utility. And I am here to discuss the extraterritorial water application that was submitted. And kind of go over a little bit of the background on this. In 2023, we created a application process for the extraterritorial water service. And the property owners are here joining us. Currently, it's an old, kind of undeveloped property back by the rec path and 7th Avenue. And so there's a small cabin that currently sits on that, and they're wanting just one single service line, one single EQR for that property to develop it. They meet all of the criteria based on our application process. So the town, from our perspective, with our extraterritorial planning tool, we do have excess water that is not over committed at this point in time, so we can take on new customers. So they meet that criteria. They meet the criteria of having a letter to serve from the sanitation district. They do not have a private well. There are no water rights associated to that property that would be a beneficial use to the town. I don't believe there's any water rights on that property to begin with. And then, yeah, as long as they pay the cash in lieu of water rights, and then also their tap fee, they meet all the criteria. And if you go to attachment, let's see, number 2. So first attachment's their water application. And it really just kind of X's and crosses the boxes and acknowledges the requirements. There is not an existing well on the property right now that needs to be abandoned. But attachment number 2 just gives a quick reference of a map. And I guess it's worth pointing out that County Road 101 on that map is the bike path. And then County Road 1034 is South 7th Avenue. We do have a water main that currently runs along South 7th Avenue to the church at the end of the bike path. So there is buried water utility out front of the property. So this kind of has an easy access to already existing infrastructure. And then attachment number 3 is just that letter of commitment from the sanitation district meeting that requirement. Kind of with that said, if there's any questions about the process or anything else kind of Frisco water oriented and making room for this.
I guess for me, it's the first time that this has come our way in an agenda item. I just wanted to ask you a little bit, like with the new system or process of, I guess, processing these types of requests, like how do you feel about, I mean, for me, I thought it was great information and how it was presented in the packet. So I just wanted to say thanks for that. And just, I guess, hear a little bit from you about how do you think this application process is going or how it works?
I think the application process is great. Before this existed, it was the property owner would kind of petition, petition leadership, but then also come petition council. And it was sort of from everything I was under the impression of or made aware of, it was sort of like, okay, the town needs to decide, is this in the town's best interest to allow this connection? Kind of, there was some subjectiveness in the process. So in 2023, the town attorney Thad, our water attorney Jennifer, and then we hired a water engineer. They all, and with our public works director, Jeff Goebel, they all worked hard to kind of create this planning tool. So it kind of takes all of the town's knowns. We take our known population, we take our known build out, what's 100% build out, what is our current committed water allocation, what are our water rights, kind of takes all of that data and compiles it together, and it kind of spits out based on the inputs that we put in, spits out kind of when it might appear that our water is going to run out, like our water rights, when we have to go kind of refresh our augmentation plan. So we go out and we have to buy, kind of the water rights out there to kind of bolster what our availability is, what we have the ability to draw out of the bodies of water. So with that planning tool, it really gives a big snapshot, again, based on how many dwelling units are constructed in the town, what the human population is, what the EQR count is. So it creates kind of a wild graph that you can see. But I think it's a great tool.
Is that the water tool that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's just what I call it. I don't know what it really is, but
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and we update it annually, and it also allows us to price what the open market cost for 1 acre foot of water is to go out, purchase that acre foot, but also take it through water court and adjudicate it, and kind of what that cost looks like. And that's one of the inputs that kind of spits out the dollar value of what we charge. So it's pretty comprehensive.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I don't know.
Cool.
Yeah, comprehensive. Thanks for sharing all that.
Couple of questions on, have we had an application for this property in the past?
We have not had an application.
And I understand it, and what's been explained today, there will be just tapping into the main that's passing by the edge of their property.
Yep, correct. And so, sorry.
That's okay. And then when we're doing our calculations, are we accounting for all water that's been committed on the town side of the table to all existing or future projects?
Yes, we are accounting for our firm yield that we provide. We are accounting for, there's definitely scenarios that we plug into this planning tool. What percentage of growth the town is looking at, for our forecasted future. We've got an aggressive, a small, medium, and large version of it. And we can kind of play around with those tools, but we take all of that into consideration.
Cool. And if I heard correctly, the request is for 1 EQR.
Correct.
Great. How long have you guys owned the property?
20 years.
Wow. With no well. Right on. Thanks, you guys. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's a small cabin on the property, and when it eventually does, as all properties do, become redeveloped, and part of their commitment is, even though they're not in the town of Frisco, so they don't have to kind of, as far as the building code is concerned, but as a water customer, we have to just ensure that they meet all the requirements. There's no auxiliary dwelling units with this extraterritorial water commitment that they're entering into. They can't have an outdoor irrigation system. So we go just do these inspections that make sure, as the property develops over time, that they're still within the usable rights of 1 EQR.
Great. Thank you. Thank you guys for bearing with us. We always learn more every time we do this. Yeah. Anything else?
No, I don't think so, other than, this is why we built the tool, and thank you, Ryan, and staff, and due to some other possible projects coming up potentially in the future is why we also did this, because extraterritorial water is gonna be a thing for us, but, as far as I understand, this falls right within the purview of what it's for and what we should be able to offer.
Great. Okay. So with that, Ryan, you need from us a vote on a.
Like, we want to open it up for public comment as a public
Yeah,
hearing.
right, once we get, right, so, but it's not an
Motion
ordinance,
to,
it's a,
motion to approve the
That's
extraterritorial
it.
water service
Okay.
at that address. The code then dictates upon this approval about 95% of the terms of the agreement that will be brought back for your signature, but not to another council meeting.
perfect, thanks.
Yeah, the only way we go off that sort of standard track is when there are special conditions as the council has imposed on other larger projects.
Cool, what's that?
Yep.
With that, we'll open it up to public comment. Any public comment in chambers? Any public comment online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
We'll close public comment and come back to council for any further discussion or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the extraterritorial water service agreement consideration for 0721 Temple Trail.
Second that motion?
Great, we have a motion and a second to approve an extraterritorial water agreement. Please call the question.
Allen is absent. Kibbe is absent. Goldstein,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Skrupczyk Adrian,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
and Incan.
Yes. Thanks you guys for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thanks, you guys. Thank you.
All right. So agenda item number 2 for new business is going to be first reading of ordinance 25-12, an ordinance approving a loan from the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority, CWRPDA, authorizing the form of an execution of a loan agreement and governmental agency bond and to evidence such loan, authorizing the construction of a project, prescribing other details in connection wherewith. That's a hard one. Yes.
I didn't write that code. Can't credit this time.
And with that, here we go. Thanks for coming.
Mayor, thank you. I'm Ryan Thompson, the water superintendent for the town of Frisco Water Utility. I'm here to present to you the first reading of the ordinance from the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority. They control the funding mechanism for the state of Colorado state revolving funds that also oversees and governs the drinking water funds. So with the background earlier this last year, or last fall, actually, almost a year ago, we applied for some state funding, also federal funding, for the issue that we have at Well 7 with the chemical contamination of PFAS in our water source. So through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, in the previous administration, there was quite a bit of money earmarked for emerging contaminants. So PFAS kind of being that targeted emerging contaminant. So we went through the application process through the state of Colorado, and through that, in March this past year, the Colorado, oh man, I lost it, sorry. We were approved for an $8.2 million loan. The terms of this $8.2 million loan are 100% loan forgiveness. It's still a loan, so this ordinance is a formality that we need to codify in our code that we are accepting and engaging in this loan on the terms. And once this has gone through 2 readings and has become adopted into code, then the Colorado Power Colorado Power Authority then begins the loan execution process. And once the loan execution process becomes finalized with a closing, then we have $8.2 million through the state revolving fund that we can draw down. The reason why we are applying for these funds is because we have engineered and designed a water treatment facility to remove the PFAS from well 7. So this will kind of help. It won't take care of the entirety of the project, but it'll take care of close to. So we're excited to have this opportunity, and you know, we think it's great for the town and the future of the town and the growth and all the customers and anybody who, you know, passes through Frisco without water. You know, it's hard to have a functioning town with people. So that's kind of the overview of what this first reading of the ordinance covers. Is there any questions about either the kind of the background or the loan itself?
I just have a question for the background, really more, and just as you are our expert to inform us better. So I recently learned that to deal with this, we're talking about building a water treatment plant above the well, essentially, right?
Correct.
So it'd be coming out of the well, it'd be filtered, and then it'd be going back out. So does this well remain contaminated for life or something? How does that work?
So because there was at some point, it's not a naturally occurring substance. This is a man-made created compound. We do not believe that there is a point source actively contributing this compound to the natural environment right now. So it's already been done. So right now, with chemical contamination that's passing through groundwater, it's a plume, it's a chemical plume, and it's actively passing through kind of like our alluvium, and then alluvium is just kind of a fancy word for an underground stream.
Yeah.
So as the water's passing through the glacial till below our feet, it's also carrying that plume with it. At some point in time, and we don't know for certain what that timing is, but the chemical plume could eventually move past us and have been, you know, carried through with the water hydrology system underneath us. So yes, we are building a water treatment plant, and it's right, you know, it shares the property and it's adjacent to the existing well 7. One day, potentially, it won't be removing PFAS. And as the health regulatory world moves, it might actually be removing something else, you know, as that science and technology evolves. And who's to say another, you know, hypothetical chemical spill won't occur on Highway 9, and you know, chemicals travel through the Earth's crust at a higher rate than like any, you know, kind of the organic compound. So, you know, fuel, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Volatile compounds, they just kind of pass through pretty quick. So it's an essential need to keep well 7 as a critical asset that the town can utilize. And it serves this purpose, but it could also, you know, serve additional purposes down the road when additional, you know, compounds and chemicals become interest or points of interest for the, you know, health community and the science community.
Yeah. Is there a guesstimated lifespan of this?
Well, it is
system
Oh,
that
the
we're putting in?
system, okay.
Well, yeah, the system
Because
other than,
the compound, I was considering
right, yeah, no, it's
compound.
forever, right.
The system can remain, the system itself is, it's two giant vessels, and the vessels are filled with granular activated carbon. So if in your homes you have like a Brita filter, inside that little filter is activated carbon, and it's the universal, it's a universally used filter. And carbon, because it has so many kind of nooks and crannies and porous surface, it's actually extraordinarily effective and efficient at adsorption.
Yeah.
So on the surface of it, the compounds will adsorb. But like a handful of activated carbon could provide 300 square feet of surface area, and beyond. I don't know the exact, scientific, but it's a very effective. It's a little bit expensive, but that filter media, when it becomes sort of spent and there's no more adsorption sites left on the surface area, then that filter media gets pumped out, and then we replace it with fresh virgin material. So it's a filter media that can be used. And one aspect of granular activated carbon is it's incinerated, and it can be used again. So when you incinerate it
back into carbon.
yes,
Yeah.
it's already its most incinerated state. And so the incineration process will just destroy the compounds and then allow that filter media to go back into the marketplace and be used again.
Thanks for taking us to school.
Does the carbon cleaning out
So
replacement?
the company, we've really, when we did our piloting study for about a year and 4 months, we did it with 2 different manufacturers. And the manufacturer who provided the carbon that we've selected is Calgon Corporation, and they're nationwide. They're actually globally, they're a global brand, and they specialize in this kind of filtration. They don't just treat, drinking water. They treat mine discharge water. They treat wineries. All types of industries have a purification system for their particular products or goals. So they're an expert in the field. They have incredible engineering scientists on staff that really explain it to people like me, who can understand and not speak that lingo and language. And so they're actually, who we believe we're going to be sourcing as a vendor. And so they provide the transportation. They actually do the incineration through all of their practices. They kind of have some proprietary advantages that other companies aren't using. They all kind of have their unique stuff, but yeah, they're in charge of swapping it out, and then we buy another delivery from them and kind of go through that cycle. Just to give you guys a heads up, when we did our engineering study, each of the activated carbon filter vessels are designed to, at normal operating capacities, last about 18 months, about a year and a half. So that'll be the lifespan that we're expecting to see. So.
Cool, like Andy said, thanks for teaching us a whole bunch of cool stuff.
Yeah, as far as the loan, I feel like that was almost.
He also has some open positions in his department.
Offered.
Oh, okay.
I've been giving them
But she had some interest here.
As far as the loan is concerned, again, there's not much complexity to it. It's 100% loan forgiveness. It's treated as a loan. So we bear the responsibility of what the loan entails.
I really I know this sounds weird, but I really enjoyed reading all these attachments. I learned a lot through that process too of what goes into that type of consideration or loan pursuit, forgivable loan pursuit.
Yeah. I can tell you, there has not been very many water providers who have received these emerging contaminant funds. There was kind of, several years ago when it kind of was more talked about in the news, and more people becoming affected by it. There was a thought that these dollars were not gonna last very long, and certainly they didn't last very long, but the timeline to go through your engineering studies takes quite a bit of time, so when we learned that well 7 was contaminated, we kind of jumped into, okay, well, we should kind of understand the chemistry, what this means, and run a piloting study to try to determine how we can remove this from it. So we had a little bit of a head start compared to a lot of other water providers out there. So I feel like there was a lot of work through our engineers and a lot of like patience through the town, kind of going through this whole process. So, yeah,
Cool. Any more questions? Thanks, Ryan. With that, we'll open it up to public comment. Any public comment in chambers? Seeing none, any online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring it back to council for any further discussion or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve first reading of ordinance 25-12.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for 25-12. Please call the question.
Incan.
Yes.
Allen is absent. Kibbe is absent. Goldstein.
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Skrepcheck Adrian.
Yes.
And Ryan.
Yes.
Cool. Thanks, Ryan. Thank you. With that, go ahead.
I was gonna be like, when's your next workshop? Seminar?
the water rate study.
Well, it will be for the water rate study,
Oh, yeah.
but you're gonna be hearing more about this project as we have contracts come through.
Cool. Well, that will move on to agenda item number 3. First reading of ordinance 25-11, an ordinance amending chapter 110, article 3 of the Code of Ordinances of the town of Frisco concerning the licensing of short-term rental properties by amending sections 110-38, 110-39, 110-40, 110-41, 110-42, and 110-43 concerning the administration of short-term rental licenses.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Evening. Kyle Ottinger, Community Development Specialist. In front of you tonight, you have some administrative changes to the short-term rental licensing process. Very minor, we're removing an exemption for residential units, bypassing the wait list. We don't believe there's any under contract anymore. We would certainly honor any if they did come through and we weren't aware of them. Also moving from Finance Director to Community Development Director as the authority there for staff. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Great, thanks, Kyle. Any questions? No questions. Thanks, Kyle. With that, we'll open it up to public comment. Any public comment in chambers? Any online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
With that, we'll bring it back to council for any further discussion or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve ordinance 25-11.
Second that motion.
We have a motion to approve 25-11. Yeah, 12 was last one. Please call the question.
Ryan Ryan.
Yes.
Incan.
Yes.
Allen is absent. Kibbe is absent. Goldstein.
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
And Skrepcheck Adrian.
Yes.
Great.
Thanks,
Kyle.
Kyle.
With that, we have no further items. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Everybody.
Everybody. Aye.
Aye. Cool, we're adjourned, thanks everybody.
Faster than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah.